Good. That is clear. This. Oh, this is. Why doesn't that work? The fuck is going on here? It says controller support, is it not? It should have. Does this controller just not work? What's the issue here? Check real quick. Anyway, before I check, welcome back. AC20 Chronicles. You're ready for some most likely wacky cases. We'll see. I have no idea. I never played this one. I only ever played the original trilogy. Yeah. But first I need to give you a black screen. Because what the fuck? Why doesn't my controller work? Maybe just quit the game real quick. I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure controller worked last time. No, it works. I guess the controller just needs to be plugged in before I start the game. Why? I don't fucking know. Okay. You want to know the worst part about this setup? This controller setup? You know how X on PlayStation controllers is usually confirmed? Here, it's going back. That's the PS controller kind of thing for me. Totally legit software wouldn't accept the controller either if I don't plug it in after starting the game. I don't know why that's a thing. It's super weird. Well, let's see what's going on then. New game. Also, how's the volume?
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
It's a bit quiet for me. Can it be quiet for you too? Okay.
Revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Somebody like the Yakuza openings. Bienvenue au la Carnival. Adventure of the Great Departure. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants Anti-Chamber 5. Also, if this looks a bit pixelated or whatever, I have no idea. It's the same for me. And no matter how I play around with the resolution, like the resolution is the best I can do in terms of upgrading the... Pretty good actually. Really. For me it's like very pixely. I don't know why. I just chalk that up to being designed for console. Handhelds maybe. Anyway, let me pop straight into the options, see if I can... Oh, those are some great audio options. And these are also the... Where's that? I can't even put this game on full screen. The only options are borderless or just window. This game is kind of whack when it comes to options. Anti-aliasing, even doing here, where so it looks less choppy, even though it does look kind of choppy for me. But let me. I don't think I can actually. Can I audio boost? It's this one. Maybe this helps now. I kind of cranked up the volume. If it's too loud, let me know. Like if it blasts the eardrums, I'm very sorry. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. We probably need some dialogue though. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber, as the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Hmm? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glass, murderer. Sorry. It's 80% images? Images need anti-aliasing too. What do you mean? Also, I think these are like 3D models. Actually very quiet? Wait, did I make it worse? I mean, you know what? I'm going to go really high now. Or maybe not. I'm gonna go semi-high. How about now? Good? Maybe? I don't take maybe. Okay, that barely changes anything. I'm gonna crank it really hard now. We're going to limit test this shit. If you have headphones on, maybe take them off for a second. Oh wait, I can't even change that? I can change this though. Okay, sounds a bit better. What is the maximum I can crank here? Really? That's the maximum? Can I... Okay. Okay, this is the maximum I can crank it up for you. Is it actually getting louder? I hope so, it should be. But I have no way to confirm that for myself. Besides going on the stream myself, but then you're going to hear an echo. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Really? That last name is a bit on the nose, no? I'm a second year student. I didn't read that, whoops. It's good. Might even be a bit too loud. I could see that happening because I cranked it up by 26 times. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. Let me go into options so I don't accidentally... Really? Interesting. Let me crank it down to just 20 times instead of 26 then. Never seen the anime? No, because I heard the anime is absolute dog shit and not even in a funny way. The only thing I've seen of the anime is clips of Edgeworth driving in his car with rap music. Most funny shit ever? Okay, maybe I'll check it out. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Dude even has his own wind machine. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I am this man's lawyer. I'm defending him today. Lawyer? We invented those yet? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on this case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Okay, relax, buddy. No one has. So you will hold your tongue. That's just Ryu from Street Fighter. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Got him. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. It's gonna slice you and you'll never know. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Do you have to ask if you say obviously? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. I mean, unless they were like a university professor and they gave me a failing grade, but unrelated. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. Do you mean it? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also, in his recent... The flying headband is so distracting while reading. In his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering and posing for the camera before I finish the sentence. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. Wow, it actually is a new invention. Isn't it Kazama? In Yakuza? My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. Oh right, he's Kazuma. Everybody just calls him Kiryu, so... I kind of forget that he has a full name. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. Wait. Phoenix Wright plays in America though, right? Unless I'm like very stupid right now? Or like pseudo-America? There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around this temple. Weird mix of America and Japan? Yeah, kinda. But I always thought it's more America than Japan. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Britain? Is that real? Was Britain the heart of legal systems? Like, big on it? Aren't we going to Britain in this one? I mean, You know, that now that you mention it, the whole Herlock Sholmes kind of should have tipped me off, maybe. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Pretty progressive as much as I had to admit it. And I guess there's not much you can legally fuck up if you can never find the culprit, Jack the Ripper style. Can't lose a case if no cases exist. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Aibo. No, he vanished. He got Thanos snapped. Oh my god. I love that in visual novels and also other games that have like a lot of dialogue boxes like this. A history button, that's so useful. That is so nice. I don't think the original Phoenix Wright had that. Even better if it's like voice lines and you can go to the history and then you can replay the voice line. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. That's when I shot my that's when I found the professor dead. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, in this case, it shouldn't be rare though. Legally distinct Maya, cute Maya. Even though, let's be real, Maya, topping Maya, that's gonna be tough. This case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. After all, I'm the murderer. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. The advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who's this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. See, I go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I like the movement. The movement is kind of sweet. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikutoba. I'm a professor for forensic medicine at Yume University. The stars just aligned for me. Like, all this shit is very new, but everybody comes to defend me. Ah, Professor Mikutoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dream will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. Then why are you protesting? Then this should be the easiest shit for your friend. I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? Oh my god. You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what would the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Oh, is the first question going to be, do you want to represent yourself and waive your right to a lawyer so that he can leave and be consequence-free? What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'd be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. No! What is life even without pocket circuit racing? Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Yeah, I'm definitely not pressed. So this is a courtroom. How long was the death penalty? Like, how long did that exist in Japan? And was the death penalty you killing yourself, or like... did others get to smoke you? The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in here. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. The what now? What do I mean was? What? A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Capital punishment is still a thing in Japan? Wait, you still get murked? Can you choose to murk yourself, though? To be like, oh, I want to retain my honor. Let me gut myself real quick. Oh my god, it's the judge, but in his, like, younger days. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's literally just the same guy. Come on. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. I get murked? Unlucky. As is the defense. Can they declare you... like... can they give you the death penalty even if you're not from Japan? But if they think you committed a crime there, can they just kill somebody of a different nationality? I feel like that would be an international incident and they'd have to ship you off. Instead of pain, they call him ouchie. Yeah. Before we begin, there's one point of what I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made, they even spell defense British, made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. When you get the death penalty in case of foreign aggression or multiple murders, so I really have to pop off. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? If I wait and see, then my friend will defend me. So I just do it myself and pop off with 0 education. No confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here besides the defendant, I hope it's clear who will... What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotawa told me everything, just now before trial. Did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? Oh, you will get me off, alright. No, that's not it. Really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind is a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. For a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? You should know the crime in question. I think he's just trying to showboat. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? What's competence? He's questioning your ability for the job. Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Inosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court records with the press of RB. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press RB for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with RB. University color pin. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. 23, second year in Imperial Union, best friend, despite being a student, qualified defense lawyer. Medical school, professor at the Imperial University, authority in forensic medicine. Lead prosecutor, appear to have little love for the changes in cultural reformation as brought about. John H. Wilson, 47. Victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything you do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. I kind of forgot the name already. Something Holmes or so. John H. Wilson. Yeah, definitely. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Okay, I guess. What? That's not even the Y button on Xbox. Are you high?
Yes!
Victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. I think I need to change the button layout of this controller. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled upon our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides you education. Have you no honor? So, you think we both did it? They didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution in this matter. In other words, your feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So, that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But was he an Englishman though? Did he come from Britain? Britain, the country that we allied with? The British man from Britain? But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Might he be sailing under the Union Jack? Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Idea, after all. Not every day you get to... Okay, wait. Might he be jacking the Union? He might be. The British Empire, wow. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. But I don't know his name. But still, I should go and say hello. Why? So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. I'm guessing it's here. Post-mortem report. Little after 2 p.m., caused by blood loss from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously that was, How did you back things up with evidence? With a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and present.
Yes!
Wait, it's not even a multiple choice in this one? Come on now. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma. And to read you, imbecile, that's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. I see, that's why we have such a high conviction rate. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Slightly flawed, maybe. Unless you're the rich upper class and you just want to get rid of people without too many questions being, brought up. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's the photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with these facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls the first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. So? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I'm glad it got acknowledged. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western Cell restaurant called La Carnival. Okay, buddy. Someone has pneumonia. And you're right, you seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Yeah, he's gonna die. But it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. He most likely does. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. Okay, what? An Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident? At once, sir. Oh no, petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 PM on the day in question. We have few dinners at that time of day. Or diners, I guess. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with the memory of it. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Stop. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I think that's just Cole Long. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. But I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor besides the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing besides the victim? No. There was no one else around at the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Rinosuke? That's just not right. And I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite of him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Fuck it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for the court's proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? Yeah, I'm a student, you dumb fuck. Are you... what? Are you listening to yourself? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? Anime as fuck? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Ah, a sketch of the established layout, drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... No problem. Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What's that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. So... You voice acted coughing, come on now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Please stop. So, the court has now heard the pieces of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Norohodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court will be willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. And I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? He just guilt trips me at every corner, huh? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet. Inosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just what the size of this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Uh, in a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck youth mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witness at once. Oh, witnesses, I don't know if he can... Okay, I guess he can call twice at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. I am the great Nippon Imperial Army Surgeon. Yes, sir, no, sir. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasu Tei, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Kurikuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in questioning. And they must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually make tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequent, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's an impossible to understand as the other. Multiple witnesses, this will be great. Yeah. Can't wait to see the contradictions in both, and then they're both like, oh, whoopsie, must have forgotten. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of that most acerbic afternoon. God damn, why am I getting so tired? It's not even that late yet. I was instigating a regulation beef... What? I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant, while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the Englishman civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Why is he pulling out a knife? What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. And then when I had finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Imagine this is just the ruse, like, the lady threw a little revolver at my feet to be like a distraction gun. You shoot the real guy. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, and there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. Touch the cow, Ryunosuke. It's the only way. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Only if you're stupid and didn't even look at the evidence, you stupid dumbass.
Yes!
What in the name of the Empire is the meaning of this outburst? The Emperor. My bad. We need an Emperor. It's kind of cool to say, in the name of the Emperor. We need to proceed into 4K style government. Yeah, I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant, bitch boy. Azuma's so commanding. Ooh, it's making me feel things. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key in doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. What a weak smack. Alright then, it's all or nothing. I was ingesting a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. A bit further.
Yes!
Yes, I shot him! Yes, it's such a bad point. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. And inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. But there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant, yes sir, no sir. Yes sir, what sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because he was shot from the front. Take a close look at the print. I hate these Dora the Explorer moments sometimes. Can you see it, or do we need to stumble over it 5 more times? The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness's statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What is going on here? What the fuck? He had a baby all the time? Oh, What was that? Something just popped up from behind this backup, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yes Sir, No Sir, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Kia! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Can you stop agreeing with everything they accuse you of? I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up from the floor. Huh? And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoy-era Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket, a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoy treasure. Believe that you would purchase such a rare find, I did not. He would... what did I yoda out? I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Kuban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there. Then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Yes, I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be... No matter how subservient the government feels, it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Archie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there's only one person who could possibly have committed the despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seemed to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Oh, allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Aido. Wouldn't seem those straps are a sign of what? It would seem those straps are a sign of a surgeon being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido. Teen Shun. Your father is about to quarrel the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the fire was discharged, it's almost the same thing. I don't know, the world is just inhabited by nut jobs. It's like stand users. They just attract each other. Yes, pinpointing his gun at the foreign man. Pointing his gun at the foreign man. He was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of their premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman. There was a young woman at the saber. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Attention!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this the photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the apparent appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the court record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before us said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witnesses' testimonies we have just heard. The witnesses' testimonies that we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, let me check what I got here. Precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Let's just press everything. No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Wow, good point. Yeah, no, wow, you really checkmated me there. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this moment incriminating... What? The accused in this most incriminating position as well? Isn't that so, Kurikuta-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Yes, it may be true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I've told you already. That's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit. That's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. Was a lady there.
Attention!
As you have been at pains and... What? As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there'd be more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. No, plus the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. What a clinic, yes. There would indeed appear to be an entry for a date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. Wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it would be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into a court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yeah, sure.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. You don't need to know what a victim's life was like right before they got killed. No way there could be a connection? No, of course not. Especially not with shit like medical records or something like that. That would be like, come on now. You think life's that easy? Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card from Hotta Clinic was found at the... Okay. Doesn't really tell me anything. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies have no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused Kurikuta-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining by himself. Let me check his medical records. I can't look more at them, really? Whatever.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man and soldier and the waiter all agreed on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. I mean, this doesn't help me, like, at all. Does not know how women work. May only be one meal, but half of it was eaten by the woman. Or she just came by real quick to say something and just dipped, considering we all agreed that 2 PM is a weird time to eat before.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Kiddet? Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to fail to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. You should have taken your schizophrenia medicine. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proponent of that phantom lady. But I... As such a woman who were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. You've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. I mean, I tried, but it wouldn't let me. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Interesting. It's that feature coming back. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the left stick. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt. You can move the crosshair around to hunt for and they start to pulsate. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there's something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Yeah, give me the rundown again. Get rotated. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, it seems he had raging hemorrhoids. And that there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? Would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West of pain for pain relief. Oh shit, he had chlamydia, but that means I have. I mean, how unfortunate. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. This new information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. You sniffed it out. You sniffed the woman on the stake. No, I fucking... Zip it. If you give me the tutorial again, I'm going to freak out. Oh my god, talk for longer. Yes, I know. Please stop talking.
Yes!
Well, I think, what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. You know, sir, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. Could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. Don't actually call ourselves a lawyer. It's the core issue. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Right. Thanks for the advice. Korikuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Even he's ashamed of his weak slap. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. That would be very entertaining. I would definitely visit some just for funsies. It was after 2 PM in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whether he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Oh yeah, it would go crazy. I think the last time I see was that viral guy that was like in court with a suspended license, and he answered the court Zoom call on his phone while he was driving a car. So he was on his phone while driving, and he was driving with a suspended license. Fucking moron. And I think in the end it turned out he never had a license to begin with. Shit's wild. Mom fucked 17 guys, also relevant, and yet you're standing, you know. Holy shit. Easy. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly... I wish it wouldn't skip over the dialogue at some points. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Are we getting to hear the chase music? Perhaps. Because Hotta Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Sadly no chase theme. Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? That's where people go to check their teeth. He had orders to not eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Rikuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard. When he was killed, at some time shortly after 2 p.m. 97% sure anesthesia was not a thing back then? I believe laughing gas might have been. The victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh, hell yeah. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim was, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. Ego's hard. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Pulls out sunglasses. Oh! Would you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, Most definitely. Rim shot? So having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat? Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense of this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? You already know who we're going to accuse. It's the lady. Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
I will go overseas, even if I have to leave no witnesses. Will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. The incident occurred. We know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Doing the Shura ending from Sekiro? Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support your assertion. It's clear that the witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage... Oh, he's actually going to kill them all. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair trial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No! Death penalty for the baby. And in the negative. Yeah, there was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. The full legal roundhouse kick. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurikuta-san? Oh, no. We're just following orders? No, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. You say gentlewoman. Do you mean this gentlewoman pulls out from under the store? You saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
They must have been offered some big money for that shit. Also, I'll be right back. I close my shutters and I'll, get something to drink. What's the meaning of all this? back. These witnesses gave false statements. Is that true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. You know, in the far shot, the judge is kinda dripped out. Someone's vibing. Order, order! Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Weak slap. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Whoops, wrong button. The Queen. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as the conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Inosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. Really, you think? However, I don't believe Aoichi has any idea about this. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It's the Queen, it's the God Emperor, it's maybe God himself. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So, we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we need evidence before we make any firm accusations. 1 second. Going against the straight-up government in a tutorial goes really hard. I kinda do. I'm guessing it's the British government, which is why we go to London. And then we fucked it up there. Imagine it's just straight up... Wait, what's the other name of Moriarty? Because we need to switch the first letters. Well, it's Professor Moriarty, so it would be Professor Moriarty. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. Probably the Japanese government being bootlickers? I don't know. It sounds like they want to keep the British woman safe, so I'm guessing it's the British government. James Moriarty, so Mames Joriarty. How can we possibly remember how we made progress before? Or we examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything to make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. You know what the wacky mechanic in this game is? I mean, it sounds like it's just flipping stuff around, but I doubt that's all. I'm sure there will come more once we get overseas. Please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea of any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. Like the very first I played, the Magashama, oh my god, no. The very first I played was like a DS one on a friend's, and god, that was just pain for me. You had to figure out the mood of the guy giving testimony, and then select the correct mood, and it was just... I couldn't. I was too stupid for that shit. knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, huh? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my ear. Hold on, let me... But I can just flip over everything? Wait, what is that on the screw? Oh, that's my serial number? My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your PIN, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new PIN made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. You fucking moron. How do you lose a PIN? Twice. Hereby accuse the judge of murder? That would be the greatest plot twist ever. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Well, that's unexpected. What else? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show a person's name. That's sort of the point. Not the name that's unexpected. It's this job title. This job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigations Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have lots of power and influence, and they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated to the court. What kind of shitty investigator are you if you just hand out your business card while you're undercover? How's the right bloodline so full of brainless? Brainless that skilled luck to its outmost. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
The definition of plot armor? Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. I think he gets accused more than twice. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. Fuck that Poppy. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga's real identity has been proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Yes! The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Oh, perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan on the rest of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! Yeah, he really is kind of brained. He's dumber than me somehow. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? How do the Supreme Judge and the prosecutor, by the way, don't know the head investigator? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? That too. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. We don't need a flashback to this. What the fuck are you doing, game? What? I don't have goldfish memory. Yes, I remember now. The victim was a British man. An Englishman. He did act strangely when the judge asked him, yeah. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. It kind of reminds me of... what's his name? I kind of forgot. But the very first, or not the very first, but one of the very first villains of One Piece, the Cat Butler. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course. Your salary must... I was working undercover. Undercover? In that case, why do you carry business cards of yourself? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? And that would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Osunaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Fallen plates, rats in the kitchens, murder, normal stuff. Yeah, some cocaine here and there, some opioids. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses besides you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore, I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. You know, for a split second I thought he actually pulled out a gun and shot someone. As soon as I had the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be the English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant to report the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. You'd have 6 shots, 2 for the witnesses, 3 for the defense and prosecution, and 1 for the lawyer. Easy. Special orders? You mean to say... But who shoots the baby? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. It's not right. I think the issue would be if you falsely accuse the English woman that the English Empire is then going to flip, or you know, if you actually prosecute her and then it turns out she was innocent, then the deal's immediately off the table. One possibility does spring to mind. Do you mean, Kazuma? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. As a young English woman... What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen. That funny overseas stuck to her. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezeel Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University medical faculties. What? What is happening here? We blew his head top off. And so stuff Brad Pitt. Criminals all the way down the line. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of the justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, it would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. I'm simply too based for that. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezeel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly, he said while falsifying evidence. So, it won't be a problem. Only if I cough like 4 more times on the way, because then I die. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jezeel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. I don't think I've ever seen a multi-part tutorial. I mean, apparently he does have a lot of power, so, you know. And he knows exactly where she is. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants. Antechamber. How do you pronounce that? Antechamber? Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, this is terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway. Looks like we've exposed our phantom lady at last. Miss Jezeel Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. But Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Also, he was a Brit. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! Can we repeat this any more times? Didn't have any time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shot in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Be gone, woman. The men are talking. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. How convenient to be locked away. I mean, if you're the prime suspect and you have a weapon, so I mean, kind of, yeah, makes sense. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in the trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. It makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Isn't this Mikotoba's part of the medical wing too? Which part do you mean? Where? What the fuck is that? Hold on a second. Okay. Sounded like my table had like a weird popping noise. Professor is in the same faculty as the girl we're about to accuse, no? Yeah, originally I thought this guy might be the culprit just because he pushed me to defend myself. Well done. Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. Must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection in this case. Think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? You don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. Didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify it and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. A gentlewoman who was involved in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide whose involvement with our police bureau. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit him. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if If you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. It's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'd save the thank you spot for the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from You Make Cafeteria on University Street. But I got found guilty in a different trial. I couldn't have murdered this guy because I was busy murdering that other guy. With an extra large portion, of course. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoji, have you managed to... what? Subpoena the witness? Okay. Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. I seem to remember a case where the reason the defendant didn't murder the victim was that he attempted to murder someone else. You know, something like that does sound kind of familiar. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. Nothing to worry about. Highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? What? Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. Well, it's old Britain. The kind of Britain that's basically owning a third of the entire world. That they then somehow fumbled. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. You mean... ridiculous taxes? Well, yeah. Okay, like, I see why people rebelled against them, but if you own, like, a third of the world... I don't know. I guess they spread themselves too thin. But it's still kind of ridiculous that they had so much and now they're back to just one shitty island. And they don't even own all of that. A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinion, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. It's not even a good island? True. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jump up, rookie boy. Kyber boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I am just a student and the one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now, in our Supreme Court, I realize there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Quite sad for Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Once again, rise in Japan. Aoichi, totally 1939. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Josiah Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Holy shit. She's actually British. She has a swan on her head. It might actually be the Queen. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and the animations are so great. Occupation for the court. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah. I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Oh dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Different gardens for different gardeners, man? Oh my god, it's actually just Haru's persona. Is that supposed to be English and because the original is Japan, they just don't understand? Or she's so fancy that they just don't understand the words? She's too rich for these peasants. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Ah, yes, obviously. The lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. She comes from London, England. I have a question. If she doesn't speak Japanese, how the fuck is she an exchange student? How does she learn anything here? She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yuma University Medical Facility. Have you ever met a Brit who's not from London? Now that you mention it. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. They have English lectures? I mean, I guess for their students that want to go overseas. In which case, it's kind of weird that Kazuma and Ryunosuke don't speak it. Especially Kazuma. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. A detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Okay, I guess he speaks English. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Barrett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Canova, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. She did not just say yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Thank you! Could the court stop sucking the fair lady's non-existent cock? They're sucking the swan's cock, okay? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Difficult to believe that a lady like this would eat a steak. Only steak. Good guy, whoopsie! I know, it all bad. Seeing you, as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when that accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Must have been. And he's just falsely translating for her to make it seem like she's the culprit. The ultimate ruse. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony of... No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quite you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White angel. Oh my god, they're into white women. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Look for ballistic marks. Quick, the fingerprints. The what now? Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. He's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett is not involved, so I let her go. Scanner retinas? The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's no way about her person where she could conceal a firearm. The swan is a gun. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown. This is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. It's ridiculous. Only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun then that day. Right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Her prison pocket? The defense may now cross-examine the witness. I'm willing to bet money that the swan is a gun. Yet I've real deep into that. Bring me the gloves.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Attention!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Oh my god, now he's even speaking in cursive. Guess it's time to start her swan song? Not bad. Oh. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. I see. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, it all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. Just the most unfortunate day to use a steak as alibi. So you both arrive at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the hotel clinic, right? Someone jerk off the prosecution real quick. Maybe after that he'll stop simping. He'll never stop simping. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. But was Miss Brett aware of that fact? seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured in that. That it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have here shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim was Dr. Wilson. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water. Yeah, I don't think they had carbonated water at that time. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. 1700s? Or 1800s, I guess, but what the fuck? How did they do that? Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to the end to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you are picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Does it matter? I guess it does matter.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That's kind of... okay. Interesting. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Yeah, me, what's odd? What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Inosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Wow, that guy just went crazy. This entire case is based on just this one guy. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Quite right, Counselor. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking of a what? Of a minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of glass make on the case?
Objection!
And he was British? Of course he was. Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? You know what? I actually can clap with one hand. And I don't mean as like a, oh, I just clap on my thigh or whatever. Just one hand in the air on its own clapping. I can do that. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened, so I just stole a glass. It's my impulse. Whenever I'm stressed out, I get kleptomania. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Freak? It's a neat party trick, okay? Good gracious. Sorry. There, I assured the court before. This is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Yeah, I saw that too. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No? This can't be put down as to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she had carried. You fucking moron, I got you now. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. But it also makes me depressed, because I really wanted that swan to be a gun. Swan is ridiculous, but would? That makes you sound like you would the swan, and not the lady wearing the swan. Also, would you the lady while she's wearing the swan? Is the swan doing it for you? Oh, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene. I fail to see the issue. I mean, you do you, I guess. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with a logical reasoning. I use that as a defense in some argument. As soon as I think I'm losing, I'm like, they're just trying to confuse us with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. No, we're not in agreement. You want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's... Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. Show you and her some deep significance. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hiding in Miss Barrett's handbag. Miss Brett. No! Mamma mia! Because I don't know, probably the guys from high up were like, yo, don't do anything with this woman. Don't even look at her swan funny. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Auchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents of at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Well, his pay wasn't cut yet, so there's still hope. What a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. I mean, who would have faith in the police if they actively sabotaged the murder case you're accused of? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? In what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh, don't fucking pull this shit. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Barrett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Or the thing was taken out because clearly the scene of the crime was messed with. As you can see by the bull imprint on the victim's arm. Because why would he burn his wrist on the bull imprint? if he never ate this steak. The contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So, there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Yeah, they do make you hungry for steak. As you can see, speaking of, how was the lamb today? Mega rich. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Not a lot of meat on it, rib. She even has a swan's tail. I mean, I don't know. How much are lamb ribs? Hey. Inspector Hasanaga will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. What do you mean? We didn't even start yet. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt on this matter, and I must make my ruling. Whoops. $17 a kilogram according to the internet? I don't know. Sounds pricey, I guess. But then again, that's not. You know what? I don't know. I don't know meat prices, but I feel like lamb ribs would be expensive. There's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over at the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Zombie mode. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination for the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Kilogram of chicken breast can run you anywhere from 8 to 22 bucks. Chicken for... Why is chicken so expensive? Chicken is like the most shit that goes around. But yeah, chicken has gotten very expensive. I noticed that too. Like those cars that sell you like a whole grilled chicken. They've gotten giga expensive, I feel like. Must be some noble chicken. Yeah, must be fed like straight up gold. Broiler do be goated. They are very tasty. But damn, they've gotten expensive. Put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. Yes, that also comes into effect. Like they used to be actual chicken size. Now they like fit in the palm of my hand. Like what? I'm not gonna pay $10 for that shit. Are you high? Effect you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Or is the of Brent Maya going to burst in with the evidence that one guy ordered her to get? No idea how they managed to stuff more bones in that chicken that it had. What? Uh, I mean, don't seem too bony for me. They seem pretty normal bony to me. But I also didn't have one in like ages, so those things are just bones by this point. That's true. His dream of going to study to Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? There really no chance now of turning this trial around? But the judge. That's valid. I used to like them, like if I was lazy, to have like an easy meal, just get it real quick, eat it up, yum yum. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. What's my favorite fish brötchen? There's different versions? They don't even sell those here. If you want a fish brötchen here, then you're gonna have to buy the fucking pre-made Nordsee shit from the supermarket. Wait, don't they just stuff a like normal white fish in there? Oh, what do you mean with fish brötchen here? Seems you will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Smuggler. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all the evidence placed. Like I said, they don't sell fish brötchen here. But I guess smoked salmon goes pretty crazy. Plumlocks. Wait, Your Excellency. Rinosuke? I don't know, that our area is like nowhere near an ocean or anything. I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
The best we have is like one part of a shop here that sells fresh fish, but they don't even sell eel anymore, which is just criminal. I just get basic beach fish here. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. An acquired taste, to be fair? I guess so. I guess nobody liked it besides me. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt on this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means, if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
Grocery store I go to has fresh fish every day. Whole fish iced as well as cut up. Well, the one that I sometimes go to because it's a bit further away also has a section like that, but it's extremely small. Like half of that section is just these pre-made crab salads and whatever. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Rinosuke. There's red snapper and shit. God damn. I understand your objection, Counselor. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how you can glean any new information from the sandbag. My thoughts exactly. prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yeah, but wait. So that supermarket that you're talking about right now, is that also the one that sells the fish brötchen? Really, the prosecutor rep? Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. Something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But that's a giant gavel, Jesus Christ. Be warned that if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Those are sold by local merchants on markets? Okay, I don't think we even have that. I think we have something like that, but I've never been there. Because I don't even know when that is. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosunaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. Is that true? Looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Not even double penalty? No, just straight up death. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. Burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? Someone we both know would tear your head off if we... Okay, but is that my fault? Even if I went to that one specific market that I know is somewhere around this area, I doubt I'd get like 16 different versions. I'd probably at best get like maybe salmon, probably Matthias, and that's the end of it. Oh, no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Okay, thanks. Thank you for your trust in me. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. So why don't you out yourself, huh? Tell us about your favorite type. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Valid. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yeah, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open. Just give up, Council. We can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. If we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. We did have a store, like a fish-specific store, a fishmonger, if you will, but they shut down. So unfortunate. And even worse, they shut down shortly after I learned of their existence. Send me some pigs to educate me? Wow, thanks. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was that color draining from Miss Barrett's face. Me? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Just a moment of truth. It's time to find the evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Do you notice any color draining from that amount of foundation?
Yes!
Yes! What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Yeah, I love how he constantly says yes, even if they accuse him. You must have shot him. Yes! I mean, no, I didn't. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Or they just get deemed trash and thrown out. Or burned in, like, some fires that randomly started. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusual shape burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Objection! You can fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate, and it was fire hot. You could call it the fire emblem. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn. Are exactly the same shape. Ah! More logic. You genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well, just ask the police officer.
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Archie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline on the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. No, he doesn't miss them, he dismisses them. This is not a mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. I don't know, oldish times for Celsius. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. He testified a lot of things without hesitation, and it turned out to be a lie, so... But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Yes, you are a detective! There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Really? Sweden must have gone crazy, I guess. What if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds on that day? That would be beyond careless, I think, Counselor. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, would have heard him scream. A Swede invented it? Oh, valid. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi? Well, yes, I suppose. Why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. You know, Skip, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. A trap? What? I don't see it. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn on his wrist, Dr. Wilson no man would remain calm while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from the one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... He was just in a very deep sleep. Actually... Well, no. But maybe you could make like a dumb argument for the laughing gas. It's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please, counsel. Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. Maybe. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp on the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Aochi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered and burned while at the restaurant. Oh, maybe he was poisoned while he was under during the tooth removal. Then he went to the restaurant, croaked there, but then to make it seem like it wasn't there, they instigated a shooting, so, you know. This whole case was turned upside down. Why have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, this court must hear from those witnesses again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. I don't think the dental clinic is an accomplice. Well, unless it turns out that her dad or some shit owns it. It's highly likely that Miss Barrett knows something about it. Or maybe she was with him at the clinic or took him, like, you know, escorted him from the clinic to the diner. Incredible. Certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Barrett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country must be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. You're not like the judge in the original. The judge in the original is the biggest pushover. Thank you, Your Excellency. The original judge would have simped for this lady instantly and just called her innocent. What was that smile? I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother's tongue, the Queen's English. It is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Okay, buddy. Classic old school British racism. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. This guy just can't stop simping. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. I want to see her eyes. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. I don't think that's a judgment that exists. You know, just saying. You can just say that you want to see her naked. You don't need to go this roundabout way. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. I'll make it one? I mean, valid. I'll vote for you. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Holy shit. She basically just confessed. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court history, thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And that it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counselor, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Defamation is just not a crime in this version of Japan. I mean, defamation of what? I am just a student, and I think calling somebody a bully is fair game. Oh, I mean, clearly they're too busy on sucking on Britain's dick to care. They're like, oh yeah, and suck me more while you take me. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. He can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on whose unsettlingly black trousers of the fly on those unsettlingly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You cannot have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Oh my god, look at her smug fucking grin. What fun. You hadn't realized? The dear lady's absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Miranowski. No! Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Yeah, I was like, oh my god, he's going to seppuku because my flower was down. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered a drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, true gentleman doesn't scream during 3-degree burns, got it? Yeah, if you get burned for like 3 seconds, you just walk that off. Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water, then when I delivered the steak on the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, that little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. That doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. For a little burn on your wrist then, I'm sure he'd survive that. He would scream, but he would survive. That's true. Yet cooled even slightly. What? I wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that? If the victims burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then you must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
I mean, just go through them. Just take the wrist. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? Yeah, I think you're right with the glass. I think we just pointed the glass at some point. As I've said, I always aim for the flawless investigation. There would be a physical trace of all those causes of death. With all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish that thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such suspicions or aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on any of that.
Yes!
I Well, maybe not on Britain, but here I feel like she'd be like, oh my god, you inferior humans. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction... Huh? Vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve a crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful as I can, but you understand. Aha, killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Yeah, I think he just blew a hemorrhage, not a hemorrhage. He definitely had an episode. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Archie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. There's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that had a little bit bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yeah. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening maybe. So I guess this game's gimmick is multi-cross-examinations. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing down that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get of that the defective detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Seem to remember seeing an image with 4 witnesses at once? Now that you mention it, what the fuck? It must be the last case or something.
Yes!
Wait.
Now what do I do? There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. If only we could replay the exact same conversation in real time. You're right, look at him. He lost his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Decapitate him while he's not looking. Relieve him from his pain. The moment we are focused on his bread, who is the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with this, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. When you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with aid. If you can catch a person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Right then, so first I should move the marker. Yeah. Wait! It's not working. What? Okay, it's not the D-pad, it's just the stick.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. Look like, I mean, maybe it works if I use my Xbox controller, but, you know, look like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. There's something you'd like to say, please. Share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? The delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. You can find a fault in her testimony, and the cross-examination should be over immediately. Is this how this works? Absolutely not. Like his little poker face motion? You mean when he swipes wipes the sweat off? The detective's in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Dr. Osanaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless, as I falsify evidence. What do you really mean by that? I tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh. You think he's bleeding because he accidentally came in contact with the poison? But then I guess there would have been poison from the mouth of the victim too, so maybe never mind. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day of the in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. It'll be so good they almost have a 100% conviction rate. I think he means the liquid. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What's that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Seemed to? She turned like 90 degrees, buddy. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control us further. Could have just said no and we would have been fucked. Yeah, because you could just say, well, we drank from a similar bottle, but I can't say for sure that this is the exact bottle. Label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what that says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very exquisite water. Expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. The way these guys are thinking, she could have straight up lied? Yeah. The judge and the prosecutor would have both believed her straight away. And go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Let me just pour it all out. No? Oh shit. This is kind of difficult to control. Like if I hold down, then it rotates like this. If I hold up, it rotates like this. Left is this, and this is right. Like why? Why is this not down? This is up. This is left, this is right. Why is this down? This is up. Ah, that's not... Oh, come on. Maybe it's thick water. This carbonated water is what the last drink Dr. put up. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, it's poison! You fool! An interesting possibility.
Yes!
These games do tend to take like ages to get to the point. Is this a bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? And who likes to use poison in murders? Women. It's actually a weird statistic that women prefer poison as a murdering method. It's kind of freaky. Just so happens that women use poison. Exactly what I was saying. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? It's connected to not needing to overpower the victim that way? Yeah, I think so too. But it's still freaky to think about that somebody could just poison you. I mean, how would you know? There's only... What? There's only person who could possibly have done it? They're missing a 1, right? There's only person, so that can't be right. Unrelated news, here some drink. Oh, thank you. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to a crime. Yeah, I can't wait. The breakdowns are always wonderful. Peak. And with how good the animations have been so far, I have high expectations here. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful... Oh my. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my utmost humble apologies. Sorry, my lady, to what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? It's almost like there was one untouched glass at the scene of the crime and one glass got smuggled away. Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? Have you forgotten that your guiding principle has no meaning? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. Believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for everything. Every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! Just get the poison-resistant little lady in. I'm very ungrateful to all you Japanese. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all yours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Consul. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who is by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. You actually think they shared 2 brain cells between them? Come on now. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience. This is a caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. For proceeding, must ask the counsel for their defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. I do. Ask for the fucking glass. Wait. How did that guy even let the glass slip if he's so flawless? And if he does have the glass, then surely he tested it. Yeah, I mean, that she comes in to save the day was kind of clear, but still. How did the glass slip by on his flawless investigation?
Hold it!
Please, wait. Yeah, did you not see that earlier? Is that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package. It was my package. Wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. She do be mad cute. She do be rocking that look. Now the question is she a little gremlin like Maya? Oh my god, a 3-part tutorial? Oh, whoops. The fuck is going on? I thought we'd get through the tutorial and then maybe a bit of the first trial. Yeah, same. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? I mean, this last part cannot take more than an hour, right? We should have all the evidence by now. a judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Testify these nuts in your mouth, bitch. Yes, I fully understand. Ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Get too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What's this? A report about something? Written in English? It's Josiah Brett's research. Englishwoman's? Prosecutor is the type to get hugged by his wife with someone who has basic human decency? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? You poisoned, didn't she? I think it's just like, oh, she studied poison and how to apply it step by step into a glass without killing yourself. So, does this research. Whatever it is, you have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of a trial myself. Big yawn? You could hear that? Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. You could see it? God damn it. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. It was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I would put on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Isabel's report has been entered into the courtroom record. South American poison used for blow darts? She blew him to death. Goodbye then, and good luck. Oh my god, she also vanished. She's a ghost. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present the court? I presume not, but let me just read her personal diary real quick. It was made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. How does possession make your boobs grow by like 3 cups? I mean, more than 3 if we're being honest. Like, not Maya, but... who was it? Mia? Mia got channeled by Pearl, who's like, what, 6? And she just turned into a fully grown woman with the biggest tits on the planet? On those documents I watch are useful documentaries. Wait, you actually knew that by name? I thought you googled that real quick. That's impressive. Wait, can I not? Oh no, that's just... Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... impressive. Big brain you got there. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Yunosuke, we're out of options here. I wouldn't even know where to watch documentaries nowadays. This really is our very last chance. I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. But look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Sky nature? Is that something you get for free, or do you have to pay for that? Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid I think it's part of the package. Unfortunate. No smarty documentaries for me. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Or, you know, just the evidence that the lady brought in that said it would be important?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps. into a deadly poison. Just a casual compilation of poison not detectable. And how to best administer it. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Council? How do you not see where I'm going with this? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. Oh. And still it exists. Kinda weird, huh, Blinky? Instant paralysis with subsequent death? It paralyzes you so well it kills you. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Never heard of a thinking woman, and yet 99% of women have more brain cells than you? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison, except maybe feed it to someone. Whoa! Order, order, order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used in by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. Feed it to the swan girl? You just make her drink it if it's just water, you know? There's nothing wrong with that, right? But I'm sure that she'll then be like, oh my god, you brutish imbeciles. Like I'd ever drink anything that's not carbonated. You barbarians. The report states that it is produced from the extract of the tree that grows deep in the Arizonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
We're close. Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. Wait, no. Wait, yes? To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? How would he be screaming and writhing in pain with a poison that causes paralysis? Right? Obviously, I would have noticed any disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Are you guys mentally ill? According to this, however, it's the other way around. Thank you. You fucking Kazuma to the rescue. What do you mean the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible sign of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. It's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Did you not read the whole document? So why'd she do it? I don't know. Probably some research shit that maybe the doctor was stealing from her and claiming to be like his own thoughts. I mean, that would be the most logical way I can come up with. Because less, oh, you're just a woman. I'm the big man. I make the discoveries. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? That means breathing, you dumb fuck. On the web, the victim was conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. The observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Yeah, being conscious while you slowly suffocate. Having the urge to breathe, like your brain and body screaming to breathe, but you just can't. But your eyes are open and you just have to watch as slowly the dark fringes form at the edges, closing in. And you're suggesting that this bottle console actually contains this terrifying poison? Not just that, you're also just looking straight at the person on the other end of the table that just killed you.
Objection!
And she wears a fucking swan on her head. That's the last image you get before you die. This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. Wait, can we? Ah, really? I can't play the voice line again. I just feel insulted. I think that's the only reasonable reaction you can have in that moment. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Imagine getting killed by someone with such a lack of style. Is it a lack of style though? She is kind of pulling the outfit together. It's just not an outfit you'd wear all the time. Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. But really, that really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Marie Antoinette, when her hairstyle was the entire goddamn ship? Enough of this. I for one refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Oh? What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Is she going to chug it? Well, yeah, I don't see, why not? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? This is an Englishwoman to an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. She really does only drink carbonated stuff. Yeah, I had enough of this bullshit, just kills us. Goodness. Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Please tell me, he actually did nab the glass, and then we'll make her drink out of the glass. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here at this grand venue. Most kind. You know, that's also a very good point. But maybe she just didn't believe in that shit. Maybe she's like, oh no, it must have been the gun. Because the gun is still like the main suspect. Or not suspect, but the main murder weapon in question. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. Just constantly yelling, just backseat judging. There has to have been a poison in that. There has to have been there has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water. As I thought, there's no poison in the bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes, your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes, it's in need of good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh fuck, are you threatening me right now? Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? There was a guileless and... What? Wait, was I dyslexic here? Did I click on the wrong one? No, I didn't. I said the bottle doesn't contain poison. But that's right. Unless we're going with the route that she has like an antidote in her mouth and prepared for this somehow. Like some Light Yagami 17 steps ahead bullshit. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. Serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? Need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidences we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. So we are going with the glass. So why couldn't I just say, there's no poison in this fucking bottle, it was in the glass? Why did I get penalized for saying the truth? Why did I... What? That's what I hate about these games. That you sometimes just figure it out, you lay it out plain and simple, and the game is like, no, you're not supposed to know that yet. Fuck you. They hated him because he told the truth? Yes. Then I must ask you to support their citation of evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed. What? Oh.
Yes!
Seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You have to think. Okay. Jesus, what is that? Surely it's nothing with the people, right? She's... No fucking way, in no world is she 16. What the hell? She's 16, but this motherfucker's 23? I don't think it said that. Made from the bark of trees containing instant paralysis. It did say something about finding a way to circumvent the paralysis effects, but not that they found a way. Even 1 minute in minute doses, minute doses. Both mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. Oh. Maybe if you ingest it, it's fine. But somehow she gave him... Oh, because he had his tooth removed! I get it. He had his fucking tooth removed. That's the wound.
Yes! Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English, you fucking bitch. The report is utter gibberish, so it doesn't count. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato's son's notes. You can't insult me, I don't know what these words mean. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered an entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Oh, I don't remember what the headliner was. Come on now. special characteristics. Glass is a nice red herring though, it really is. Like, the thing with the tooth coming back actually was like a little bulb popping up in my head. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace their heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. Which is also something that I've been wondering, like, before. Like, if this poison actually kills you if you ingest it, how do the hunters ingest it when they shoot it into their prey? Is it like, do they bleed it or something to get rid of it? But no, as long as they don't have a wound, I guess it's fine. And if you bite your tongue while eating, well, GG's. She would have had the slightest burn or cut in her mouth, though. Instant death. Oh my god. Watch her explode and bite her tongue doing it and then just keel over. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey these hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answers to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? See, that makes sense. I guess? Oh my god, if you have a parasite, you also die. Because they eat their way through your, like, stomach lining, so you have wounds there. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like the parasite would also die. I don't think the parasite cares as much as you do. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Okay, I take my previous blowout about there being no poison in the bottle and the game just gimping me. By the way, that, you know, you meddling little... They actually did it. I was hoping the swan would move at some point. And just imagine some dude going through the forest and cutting himself on this random bush and just instantly dying. It turns out, you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it... That's such a cool pause. I like it. So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. A Spider-Man hand? What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, then Professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. You're trying to suggest? Yes, the Scarari poison is completely irrelevant to the case and trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you, oh my god, could understand something as simple as that. What the? Did I just fucking the word her? What is this? Running up inside me. Is this his first objection? Is it coming out? I've never felt like this before. I like how the inspector has been holding the butler for a solid 20 minutes. Yeah, his arm strength must be crazy. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Hell yeah! I don't think so, Miss Jeziel Brett. Or Jezail. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the curare?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic fatal, get it? Such a big brain plan though? Yeah, I like it. This is quite the insane first case. Like for a tutorial, this goes hard. The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries drinking it, it's completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? I mean, a closed wound would just be a scab, no? It's technically a wound because it's not healed yet, but it's still closed. Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Oh my god, that was a chat slap. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. His childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. Oh, what do you mean? I'm a very little schoolboy. We'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Is she going to chug it so we can't prove it? I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is that? What just happened? The Englishwoman, she just smashed that bottle. And then the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Blunder? What? Just call it a blunder? Also, couldn't we just scoop up some of the liquid while it's still on the ground? And surely we'd find traces on the inside of the bottle. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible, at once. It was an oopsie. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump... What? You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. You... If someone cuts their feet on the carpet for whatever reason, they'll just die. Yeah, if you pick up the shards and you accidentally cut yourself, you're kind of... it's GG's. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Yeah, not just that, but like, most likely, you will not find all the shards in this carpet. And somebody will step on these shards in the carpet. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. Wait. We still have some of that water left. Unless the police officer is actually giga shit at his job. Because there was one glass where there was still some water in. That's right. And really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. Glass itself should have remains of the poison too, yeah. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke and Naruhodo for the crime, but considering that the water in the bottle didn't evaporate, I'm going out on a limb here and say that the water in the glass also didn't evaporate. In order to frame Ryunosuke and Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? He had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. I mean, he's just a prosecutor, and not just that, he's a simping prosecutor. Inosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So, if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your hands. My head? What? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Kill her, it's the only way? Oh no! My sword slipped and killed the vital witness. That's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So, think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. The fog? Oh, okay. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. There be another clue? I don't know. Is it maybe the one thing you framed Gigaheart in the center? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Yeah, yay for black and white pictures that then get revealed in full color once my trauma comes back. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Also, this actually might just take an hour. Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling, what? It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Is there somewhere that... Really?
Take that!
Also, he's aggressively British. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's 10 miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection! Shut up!
Shut up! Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I don't think you'd ever smash anything else in a courtroom, not going to lie. Unless maybe after hours. Or maybe in your courtroom where you can just punish somebody to 72 hours of being naked. I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. How does that not show up on that photograph, by the way? Lady Justice do be looking quite smashable. I like my girls blindfolded. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, would that have happened if he was facing the defense? I can tell you, she's gonna be like, oh, your bullet pierced him, and then I'm going to be like, nope, right here it said the bullet did not exit the body. Ah. Yes. For blood to have made it to the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Fake news, if you will. Is this court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Just show me the steak plate. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Gonna make a tweet about this. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, and in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. And it what? So he has like 3-day-old steak sitting at home just fucking molding away. I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. We can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Barrett's plate. He really is. The crimes he's been there to investigate were just people stealing, and it's just been him the entire time stealing their forks and knives and everything. That toilet paper. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. When was toilet paper invented? Especially in Japan. I think toilet paper is more of a Western thing, is it not? And even there, it's kind of very late. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Hold on. This one has different bite marks. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Like, this dude only has 2 plates of steak at home, and all he was asked to do is bring the one with blood on it. Is this guy this stupid? It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Well, an unbecoming expression, little boy. Oh my god, his spawn just... You see, this is why I always say you can't trust the Japanese, what the Japanese tell you. Couldn't agree more, in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wish to examine it again, be my guest. Wait, do I just rotate the steak? Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? I don't know, let's look at the steak. Check, oh, fuck, how does it, what is that? Check the bite marks. This fucking, really, this comes back into play? What in the world is, I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is that. I mean, what's it doing here? The fucking army man slid it under a steak to hide it? To steal it? Wait. Did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This is the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls from before swine, but I've never heard of bouillon in bouillon. Buddy. Not the time for dad jokes. Hoei era was a whole 7 years? Wow, so it's still to come? And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... I certainly never expected to find precious coin underneath a thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoei era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It is well marinated in the juices as well, look. What are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. The fuck is happening here? I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. The Koban kind underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Is the plate here? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. They just hide treasure under every other steak. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Even myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. The evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. You know, they need the fucking coin to prove that. I just looked at the bite marks. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? The bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Does plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure that a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. When someone tries to leave a trial every 5 minutes, that's already a red flag. That's more of a red flag than her just straight up being like, oh my god, you might have had me, but wouldn't it be a shame if somebody just broke the fucking bottle? The key evidence? Counsel for the defense. Will you now clearly show the court to what you are alluding? Where precisely is the plate of beef steak in this new clue? What?
Got it!
Got it! What? Lift the fucking steak, man! Can I lift it myself somehow? You gotta be fucking with me. Why are you surprised we already saw that? Now this one actually pissed me off. Really? Bitch, come on now. It's the exact same dialogue too. Can we shut up already?
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... Oban? What on earth? Ahoy, Arrow 1, at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact a beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meal?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want to know part of it.
Attention!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef. And... oh, ow.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Huey Koban just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak? It turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Huey Koban just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I give up my lawyer job right now.
Attention!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who's irrelevant. I guess we just accept that we are lawyer now. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person this can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beef steak.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Razute, Curio Kurikutas. Curio? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Right, these ages are just all over the place. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military surgeon, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. We don't need this flashback. Then the Toei era Koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Attention!
Can we get to the point? No, please. Where would Kurikuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It's first of all, it's not the victim, because the victim couldn't eat you, monkey. It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurikuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. We don't need that. Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban... Yeah, that is very good. We find that it's the key element in the case. But ending right at the end feels kind of bad, no? What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Idol? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Rosute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurikuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rosute memories... Did you just catch that knife in his foot? That's it! The one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoid treasure that made rusty bones manage to misplace that fateful day. You pulled a Majima? Majima would store his knife in a different person, though. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Serious? Majima has a move where he straight up stabs someone in the chest and then laughs at them while pulling it out? Okay, Majima. Clearly it wouldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoi treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. My throat is starting to hurt from talking non-stop for 5 hours. Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Asunaga. Better get that honey tea ready for next time? I guess so. Like an intermission honey tea break. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but... I was working undercover at the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. So that's where you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes. I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. He's probably just stealing for his family or some shit. It seems likely that the Skoban incident is the work of the same thief. No, I know it could have been circumvented by just, using the right plate. But I guess then we would have never found the wrong culprit or the other culprit. Unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. How much you wanna bet it's not the sergeant but the baby? The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korikuta's on Skoban is all too clear. What? Well, to be honest, it couldn't be the baby, otherwise the guy would just eat the steak and then he would notice that there's stuff underneath. This isn't like that one time they tried to prosecute a parrot or an orca. I think the court would like to hear the defense view. Blah.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa, no, sir. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? Seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Aido. Aido is the mastermind behind all this. Uh-huh, not like the orc or the parrot, you say? You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant No, sir. You. Oh my god, it's a ratatouille. The baby just killed the man. Reminds me of the Stardust Crusaders wouldn't believe the baby. Oh god, yes. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? Time? You know, I'm willing to let this run. And if if it dies, then we'll just save there and call it a day. Understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remains in place. And I have heard it's hard to lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. Considering sometimes it didn't even go off at 2. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heavy. What? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. If you have money issues, maybe don't go to the high-end restaurant and order a fucking steak. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Is that even a good strat? Because you pay a lot. Right, exactly. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor that was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. Maybe confessing this next to your victim isn't a good idea? He has a knife. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. God, I'm so looking forward to the real prosecutor's animations. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. That's not the point why we're here. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Are these guys fucking brain dead? You've seen the real prosecutor? Unforge. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness testimony have been answered, they haven't. We've been here for the plate. Watched a playthrough of this ages ago. Remember like 2 images of that? And that's it? Oh, I see. Wait. Huh. But you didn't know anything of this. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. No! Can I say something? Can I object? This is my face right now. Inosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. What? It's like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry, what? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
New student nonsense? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Oh, is it also because this steak has bite marks and not fork marks? It's not cleanly cut?
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed? Yeah, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Oh, you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counselor? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman would ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on this steak.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenous. Oh, a new animation. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, well, she just does it fancier, okay, not so barbaric. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've had enough, you infuriating little speckled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Good one. Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the steak have for her. Inosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. Oh yes, all coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. My best friend is being prosecuted for murder, but well, he's killing it one way or another, either by sword or by puns. Except these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Good dad. That evidence that will prove beyond a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats. How could you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Has it been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't exist.
Objection!
That's absurd. That's my line. The trial has run several hours already. Yeah, it kind of has. And you see there's evidence here yet to be brought forth? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, I will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Watch them update the autopsy report. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request for the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
The Hoarder. The answer's obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? It's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with these teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, certain Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, and well as admitting to stealing You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Of course you have it. You're the only one who has evidence on this trial. 90% of the evidence is yours. Well, it's not his, but he just takes it. Could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in an Imperial Nippon army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the defective detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Manhandling her meat? I was waiting for him to say manhandling her meat. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't even take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the great entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that these sergeants switched the two stakes over? Well, someone switched them. She's a white lady, so you did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If the detective, if he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one in the foreign lady's table. He investigated my meat, he would found my crown jewels. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor Son. What now? I swear the brass buttons on my uniform. That is all I did, sir. Well, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, It means he took some misbread steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Osanaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Bradsteak after the incident, but also the sergeants. That is, that to preserve evidence, you had to take both. Ah, that's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this one. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Things he remembers? I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. Being told this mask must be so annoying? I don't know. How much does it weigh? Probably not that much. It's probably like holding a fan. There was clearly spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. More so because you have to keep your arm angled at all times, your joints would just lock up eventually. Well, she's not holding up to her face permanently, only if she talks. Other than that, she lets it hang. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak and its plate. Like, you had two plates. You had to bring the one with the blood, and you didn't bring this one. Please feel free to examine it. Do we need to? The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on this side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Oh, done. By a Japanese? Me? A Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. What the fuck? Why the babies are hatching? What the fuck is going on? Did the curare like produce fumes and we all hallucinating? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior of an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. Wait, no shot, this continues now. It was I who took the professor's life using Karare. Thank you. For a second I thought I had to cross-examine her again. And yeah, I still want to see the eyes. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Karare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. It would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he could not fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Couldn't you just let him die normally? And then because Japanese forensics are like complete ass, they would be like, must have been natural cause. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. Why is sheer heart attack taking so long? I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had a bottle of Karare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. It might have been. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused the commotion. At which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. I was gonna complain that getting a gun in Japan is ridiculously hard, but they're British. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. But so far we've seen two British people and both carry a gun, so I guess this really is precursor America, huh? Especially because both of those are at like a learning facility. Because of course. You need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. It is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Gonna get deported or to America or Australia now. If she gets deported, I'm guessing it's Australia, where she will quickly be devoured because the swan on her head attracts wild animals. Your Excellency, but considering that has such a high position to like make all of this technically disappear, I'm guessing she just gets away scot-free. I wonder, might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Most likely. Or like at the very end. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Show me your eyes! No, she vanished. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Taketsuchi Ochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition, is what I would say if we wouldn't get deported to London. Your bloodline is cursed to be used for tutorials. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? This insult to the Ochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counselor, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. What the? Is he going to EI this guy? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Buddy, I'm like... Oh. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. That can't be legal. This trial is in the Supreme Court of Japan. What? I believe go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Bitches, sadly not acquired yet. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to a wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. Maybe one day we'll even cross-examine animals. Recognition I shall make you an attorney right away. Screw the rules. Only suckers need to study. Screw the rules. This is the Supreme Court. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma So. Yes? 6 sword skills, buddy. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of a wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed on you. I understand. Your Excellency. What's that about? Why do you look so brave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onward. Thank you, Your Excellency. Not guilty. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You must nudge to prove that you are not guilty. Oh, it's sakura blossoms instead of confetti? That's kinda dope. This court is now adjourned. Now somebody has to handpick those out of the carpet while there's poison and glass shards in there. Factory smoke. The curdled up blood of coughing children.